2 minutes. Loaders, new starting weight on the bar, please, 35. $35 on the bar. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our first lifter on the platform is Ponzo Sibanyoni. The bar's loaded for Ponzo at 35 kgs. That is a good lift for Ponzo. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 36 kgs. 36 kgs for Dorita Dutoy's first attempt. Oh, okay. But there's another lift as well. The bar's loaded for Dorita. That is a good lift for Dorita. Weight will remain at 36. Weight will remain at 36 for Ponzo Sibanyoni's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Ponzo. Weight change. Weight goes up to 37 kgs for Ponzo Sibanyoni's second attempt. Athlete change. Weight stays at 37 for Dorita Dutoy's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Dorita. Weight change, weight goes up to 38 kgs. 38 for Catriona Angus Hughes' first attempt. The bar's loaded for Catriona. That is a good lift for Catriona. Weight will remain, weight change, weight goes up to 39 kgs for Ponzo Sibanyoni's second attempt. The bars loaded for Ponzo. That is a good lift for Ponzo. Weight will remain at 39 for Dorita Dutoy's second attempt. Once the bar is loaded, the platform is ready for Dorita. The bar is loaded. That is a good lift for Dorita. Weight change, weight goes up to 40 kgs. 40 kgs for Catriona Angus Hughes' second attempt. The bars loaded for Catriona. That is a good lift for Catriona. Weight will remain at 40 for Dorita Dutoy's third attempt. The bars loaded for Dorita. Weight change, weight goes up to 41 kgs for Dorita Dutoy's third attempt. The bars loaded for Dorita. That is a good lift for Dorita. Weight change, weight goes up to 42 kgs. 42 kgs for Ponzo Sibanyoni's third attempt. The bars loaded for Ponzo. Unlucky, that is a no lift. for, that is a no lift for Ponto. Weight will remain at 42. Well, apologies, Catriona. We are just sorting out a technical issue. All right, the bar is loaded for Catriona. That is a good lift for Catriona. Weight change, weight goes up to 45 kgs for Cheryl Ann Moorman's first attempt. Once the bar is loaded, the bar is loaded for Cheryl Ann. That is a good lift for Cheryl Ann. Weight will remain at 45. Weight will remain at 45 for Donna Aaron's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Donna. Weight will remain at 45. Weight will remain at 45 for her second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. One minute. Come on, Donna. Here we go. That is a good lift for Donna. Weight change, weight goes up to 46 kgs for Ricardo Miller's first attempt. The bars loaded for Ricardo. At weight remains at 46 for weight change. Weight goes up to 47 kgs. 47 for Cheryl Ann Moolman's second attempt. The bars loaded for Cheryl Ann. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Cheryl Ann. Weight will remain at 47 for her third attempt, and she will have 2 minutes once the platform is ready. The bars loaded for Cheryl Ann. She has 2 minutes. That's a no-lift. Round of applause for Cheryl Ann, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change. Weight goes up to 49 kgs for Ricardo Miller's first attempt. The bars loaded for Ricardo. That is a good lift for Ricardo. Weight will remain at 49. Weight will remain at 49 for Donna Aaron's third attempt. Once the platform is ready. The bars loaded for Donna. Oh, yes. That is a good lift for Donna. Weight change, weight goes up to 52 kgs for Irene Libber's first attempt. The bars loaded for Irene. That is a good lift for Irene. Weight will remain at 52 for Ricardo Miller's second attempt. The bars loaded for Ricardo. That is a good lift for Ricardo. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 53. 53 kgs for Ricardo's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 54 kgs. 54 kgs for Irene Leber's second attempt. The bars loaded for Irene. That is a good lift for Irene. Weight change, weight goes up to 55. 55 kgs for Sashi Thron's first attempt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point your direction to the screen for action replays. The bars loaded for Sashi. Athlete change, weight stays at 55 for Ricardo Miller's third attempt. The bars loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 56 kgs for Sashi Thron's first attempt. The bars loaded for Sashi. Athlete change, weight stays at 56 for Ricardo Miller's third attempt. The bars loaded for Ricardo. Good fight, and that is a good lift for Ricardo Miller. Weight will remain at 56. Weight will remain at 56 for Irene Leber's third attempt. The bars loaded for Irene. Lucky. Round of applause for Irene, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 57. 57 kgs for Adrienne Nontombane's first attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 59. 59 kgs for Sashi Thron's first attempt. Bars loaded for Sashi. Yep. That is a good lift for Sashi. Weight change, weight goes up to 60 kgs. 60 for Adrienne Nontombane's first attempt. The bars loaded for Adrienne. That is a good lift for Adrienne. Weight will remain at 60 for Natasha Walsh's first attempt. The bars loaded for Natasha. Unlucky. Weight will remain at 60. Weight will remain at 60 for her second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Unlucky. That is a no lift. She will have one more attempt at 60. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Natasha some encouragement. Come, Natasha. That is a good lift and good fight from Natasha. Weight change, weight goes up to 62. 62 kgs for Sashi Thron's second attempt. The bars loaded for Sashi. That is a good lift for Sashi. Weight change, weight goes up to 63 kgs. 63 for Adrienne Nontombane's second attempt. The bars loaded for Adrienne. That is a good lift for Adrienne. Weight change, weight goes up to 64. 64 kgs for Adrienne's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 65. 65 kgs for Shamel Seleka's first attempt. The bars loaded for Shamel. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Shamel. Weight will remain at 65 for Kelly Kent's first attempt. Athlete change, weight will remain at 65 for Shamel Seleka's second attempt, and she will have 2 minutes. Seconds. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Shamal. Weight will remain at 65 for Sashi Thron's third attempt. The bars loaded for Sashi. Unlucky. Round of applause for Sashi, ladies and gentlemen. Weight will remain at 65 for Shamal Seleka's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Shamal. Weight change. Weight goes up to 66 kgs for Adrian Nontombane's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Adrian. Unlucky. That is a no lift for Adrian. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change. Weight goes up to 67 kgs for Shamal Seleka's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Shamal. Come, Shamal. That is a good lift, digging deep there for Shamal. Weight change, weight goes up to 68 kgs for Kelly Kent's first attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 70 kgs. 70 kgs for Kelly Kent's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Kelly. That is a good lift for Kelly. Weight will remain at 70 kgs. For Georgia Love's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Georgia. That is a good lift for Georgia. Weight change, weight goes up to 71 kgs for Kelly Kent's second attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 71 for Georgia Love's second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 73 kgs for Kelly Kent's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Kelly. That is a good lift for Kelly. Weight will remain at 73. Weight will remain at 73 for Georgia Love's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Georgia. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Georgia. Weight will remain at 73. Weight will remain at 73 for her third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 75 kgs for Kelly Ken's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Kelly. Lucky, that is a no lift for Kelly. Weight will stay at 75 for Georgia Love's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Georgia. That is a good lift for Georgia. Weight change, weight goes up to 80 kgs. 80 kgs for the queen herself, Lauren Jeffrey's first attempt. Please bear with me while I pull out the records here. Weight change, weight goes up to 83 kgs for Lauren's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Lauren. Unlucky. That is a no lift. Weight will remain at 83 for Lauren's second attempt. She will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Laren and she has 2 minutes. Unlucky. Weight will remain at 83 for Laren's third attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 85 kgs for Laren's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Laren. $125. She is the current national record holder and Gauteng provincial record holder. She was sidelined due to injury for a while and she is back. Let's give it up for Larry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes! I mean, apologies. I have to be neutral. That is a good lift for Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our snatch session. We will begin with our cleaner jerks in T-minus 10 minutes. 4 minutes until our first lift. Loaders, please take note of the first weight on the bar. Session 6 athletes, please note that weigh-in starts at 9. Weigh-in opens at 9 for session 6. Two minutes. Loaders, thank you, loaders. Yeah, new starting weight on the bar. Thank you. One minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the bar is loaded for Dorita Dutoy at 45 kgs. The bar is loaded. It is a good lift for Dorita. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 46. 46 for Dorita's second attempt. She's following on from herself, so she will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded, she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 49 kgs for Dorita's second attempt. The bar's loaded, she has 1 minute and 51. That is a good lift for Dorita. Weight change, weight will go up to 50 kgs. 50 for Dorita's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 52 kgs for Piero Marangoni's first attempt. Hold on, Piero, apologies. The bar's loaded for Piero. That is a good lift for Piero. Weight will remain at 52 for Catriona Angus Hughes' first attempt. Time stop. Apologies. The bar's loaded for Catriona. That is a good lift for Catriona. Weight will stay at 52. Weight will stay at 52 for Dorita Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dorita. That is a good lift for Dorita. Weight change, weight goes up to 53 kgs for Ponzo Sibanyoni's second attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 55 kgs for Cheryl Ann Moorman's first attempt. The bars loaded for Cheryl Ann. That is a good lift for Cheryl Ann. Weight stays at 55. Weight stays at 55 for Ponzo Sibanyoni's second attempt. The bars loaded for Ponzo. That is a good lift for Ponzo. Weight change, weight goes up to 56 kgs for Ricardo Miller's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 56 for Catriona Angus Yu's second attempt. The bars loaded for Catriona. That is a good lift for Catriona. Weight stays at 56 for Ponzo Sibanyoni's third attempt. The bars loaded for Ponzo. Weight change, weight goes up to 57 kgs for Ponzo Sibanyoni's third attempt. The bars loaded for Ponzo. Weight change, weight goes up to 58 kgs for Cheryl Ann Moorman's second attempt. The bars loaded for Cheryl Ann. That is a good lift for Cheryl Ann. That was close. Weight stays at 58 for Ponzo Sibanyoni's third attempt. The bars loaded for Ponzo. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Ponzo. Weight will stay at 58. Weight will stay at 58 for Catriona Angus Hughes' third attempt. Loving the action replays. The bar's loaded for Catriona. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Catriona. Weight change, weight will go up to 60 kgs. You can adjudicate on the instant replay for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. The bar's loaded for Ricardo Miller at 60 kgs. That is a good lift for Ricardo. Weight change, weight goes up to 61 kgs for Donna Aaron's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Donna. Weight will stay at 61 for Donna's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna and she has 2 minutes. Weight change, athlete change, apologies. Weight stays at 61 for Cheryl Ann Moorman's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheryl Ann. That is a good lift for Cheryl Ann. Weight change, weight goes up to 62 kgs for Donna Aaron's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna. That is a good lift for Donna. Weight change, weight goes up to 63. 63 kgs for Donna's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna. She has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 64. 64 kgs for Ricardo Miller's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Ricardo. That is a good lift for Ricardo. Weight change, weight will go up to 65. 65 kgs for Sashi Tron's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 65. For Donna Aaron's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna. Weight change, weight goes up to 66 kgs for Irene Libber's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Irene. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Irene. Weight will stay at 66 for Irene's second attempt. She will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Irene. The bar's loaded for Irene. She has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Irene. Weight stays at 66 for Ricardo Miller's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 67. 67 kgs for Adrienne Nontombane's first attempt. athlete change. Weight stays at 67 for Natasha Walsh's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Natasha. That is a good lift for Natasha. Weight stays at 67 for Donna Aaron's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Donna. That is a good lift for Donna. Weight stays at 67. Weight stays at 67 for Ricardo Miller's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Ricardo. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Ricardo. Weight change, weight goes up to 69 kgs for Irene Libber's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Irene. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Irene. Weight change, weight goes up to 70 kgs. 70 kgs for Adrienne Nontombane's first attempt. Bars loaded for Adrienne. That is a good lift for Adrienne. Weight change, weight goes up to 71 kgs for Natasha Walsh's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Natasha. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Natasha. Weight will stay at 71 for her third attempt. Weight change. Weight goes up to 72 kgs for Natasha Walsh's third attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Let's give it up for Natasha, ladies and gentlemen. That is a good lift for Natasha. Weight change, weight goes up to 73 kgs. 73 for Adrienne Nontombane's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Adrienne. That is a good lift for Adrienne. Weight change, weight goes up to 74 kgs for her third attempt, follow-on attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 75 kgs for Sashi Tron's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Sashi. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Sashi. Weight will stay at 75 for her second attempt, and she will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Sashi, she has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Sashi. Weight change, weight goes up to 76 kgs for Adrienne Nondombane's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up, weight stays at 76 for Sashi Thron's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 77 kgs for Adrienne Nondombane's third attempt. I haven't called it. I hadn't called it, but the bar's loaded. The bar is loaded for Adrienne. That is a good lift for Adrienne. Weight change, weight goes up to 78 kgs for Sashi Thron's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Sashi. That is a good lift for Sashi. Weight change, weight goes up to 80 kgs. 80 kgs for Shamal Seleka's first attempt. Bars loaded for Shamal. That is a good lift for Shamal. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 81 kgs for Shamal's second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 82 kgs for Georgia Love's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Georgia. That is a good lift for Georgia. Weight change, weight goes up to 83 kgs for Georgia's second attempt. She will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Georgia. She has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 85 kgs for Kelly Kent's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Kelly. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Kelly. Weight will stay at 85 for Shamal Seleka's second attempt. The bars loaded for Shamal. That is a good lift for Shamal. Weight stays at 85. Weight stays at 85 kgs for Georgia Love's second attempt. The bars loaded for Georgia. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Georgia. Weight will stay at 85 for Kelly Kent's second attempt. The bars loaded for Kelly. That's a good lift for Kelly. Weight stays at 85. Weight stays at 85 for Georgia Love's third attempt. The bars loaded for Georgia. Weight change, weight goes up to 86 for Kelly Kent's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 87 kgs for Shamal Seleka's third attempt. The bars loaded for Shamal. That is a good lift for Shamal. Weight stays at 87 for Georgia Love's third attempt. The bars loaded for Georgia. That is a no lift, unfortunately. Round of applause for Georgia. Weight stays at 87 for Kelly Kent's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Kelly. That is a good lift for Kelly. Weight change, weight goes up to 100 kgs. 100 kgs for Laren Jeffries' first attempt. Weight change, weight will go up to 105 for Laren Jeffries' first attempt. The bar's loaded for Laren. That is a good lift for Laren. Weight change, weight goes up to 106. 106 for Laren's second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 107 for Laren Jeffries' second attempt. The bar's loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 108 for Laren Jeffries' second attempt. The bar's loaded. One minute. That's a good lift for Laren. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 109 kgs for Laren Jeffries' third attempt. The bar's loaded. She has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 110 for Laren's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Laren. Weight change, weight goes up to 111. The bar's loaded for Laren. Weight change, the bar's loaded. Weight goes up to 113 kgs, apologies. I'm running ahead of myself. For Laren Jeffries' third attempt, this will be for the national and provincial clean and jerk record. The bar's loaded. Just casually get hand surgery and come back and break a record. That's how it's done. That is a good lift and a new SA and Gauteng clean and jerk record. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first session of the day. We will begin with medal presentations in approximately 10 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes.
it's more like I don't even know where I am. Ooh, baby, get hyped to the beat, let's go, cause this is our jam. This is our jam. Let's go. In the front row, kicking back old school tracks like damn.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Athletes, please make your way to the warm-up area. We're about to commence with medal presentations and certificate awards. I'm just trying to stall here. No. Okay, I think we're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. With mixed competitions, we do face challenges with different categories, different ages, different weights, and that all need recognition. So we're going to do our best here. Athletes, I think you can start to make your way to the platform for medal presentations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well done to you athletes. First of all, thank you for your support, ladies and gentlemen. We had a few lifters who traveled all the way from different provinces, and from Mpumalanga with a gold medal with a total of 132 is Natasha Walsh from IRA HPC. Well done, thank you. And then the next person I call out, you'll just receive your certificate because she was also one of those competing in different categories. We have Dorita Dutoy, who traveled from the Northwest. Thank you for coming through. Oh no. She's in Masters. Yes, she's in Masters. We're giving her the certificate. Sorry, apologies for the confusion. I'll try and share. Because of the different categories and all of that, athletes, we're going to hand out certificates first, get the certificates out of the way, and then we will do podium placements, just so we have some sort of flow. And we started with our visitors from different provinces. So apologies for that confusion. All right. We'll issue out our seniors only certificates for now. We have Laren Jeffries, Shamal Seleka, Ponzo Sibanyoni, Adrienne Nontombane, and in our double category receiving two certificates for their participation, Catriona Angus Hughes, Donna Aarons, Kelly Kent, Ricardo Miller, Cheryl Ann Moolman, Georgia Love, Sashi Thron, and Irene Lieber. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we will now start with our placements. Now, under 20, female 64 category, for the gold medal with a total of 140, Adrienne Nontombane. Well done, Adrienne. And in our open category, thankfully, we only had 2 weight classes. In our female 64 category, in 3rd place, with a total of 120, Irene Lieber. In 2nd place, with a total of 140, Sashi Tron. This is in our senior female 64 category. And she was also competing in seniors with a total of 140 in our female 64 category, Adrienne Nondombane. Well done, ladies. In our female 71 category, with a total of 157, in 3rd place, Georgia Love. In 2nd place, in our female 71 category, with a total of 160, Kelly Kent. And in 1st place, coming back from surgery, casually breaking a record, our queen, Lauren Jeffries, with a total of 198. Well done to all our athletes. Thank you to our judges. Thank you for your support, ladies and gentlemen, and your patience. Athletes, you can make your way back to the warm-up area. Oh, I do apologize. I do apologize. I was in such a role. Forgive me, I think we will move on to our master's presentations. Right. From the Northwest in our masters, women's 50-71 category, Dorita Dutoy with the gold medal and a total of 93 kg. All right. In our masters, our women's 40-64 category, in 2nd place, we have Irene Lieber. 2nd place. In 1st place with a total of 140 in the women's 40-64 category, Sashi Tron. Well done, ladies. In the women's 40-71 weight class in our masters, in 3rd place, we have Ricardo Miller. In 2nd place, with a total of 157, Georgia Love. And in first place, we have Kelly Kent with a total of 160. Well done, ladies. In our Masters Women's 45-64 category with the gold medal, Catriona Angus Hughes. Well done. In our Masters Women's 45-71 category, also getting a gold, Cheryl Ann Millman. Well done. And in our Masters Women's 50-64 category, also receiving a gold, Donna Aarons. And I did ask for your forgiveness with these combined comps, as it was a combined provincial for Mpumalanga. The provincial gold medal goes to Natasha Walsh with a total of 132 in the women's female 64 category. Well done. Thank you, athletes. Now you can make your way to the back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with introductions for our next flight at 10 minutes to 11. 10 minutes to 11, introductions for our next flight.
life. You ain't gotta like it. Look at what we did with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. Look at what we did with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. Look at what we did with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Look at what we did with it. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Look at what we did with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it.
T minus 10 minutes 40 until introductions.
Look at what we did with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Real life. You ain't gotta like it.
2 minutes. 2 minutes until introductions. One minute until introductions, 1 minute.
Leave the bar here for the introduction.
All right, athletes, please make your way to the platform for introductions. All right, let's give it up for our athletes, ladies and gentlemen. Athletes, I will call out your name. Please step forward, acknowledge, and step back. We have Brendan LaRue from Lift Lab. We have Edwan Ritchie from Lift Lab. We have Connor Molden as an independent. We have Daniel Katza from African Beast. We have Claude Barnes from Movement Crew Weightlifting. We have Gregory Nelson from School of Strength. We have Willem van der Merwe from IRA HPC. We have Mark Libber from RedX CrossFit. We have Peter Janse van Rensburg from RedX CrossFit. We have Louis Grobler from IRA HPC. And we have Andre Gadney from Josie East Weightlifting. Thank you, athletes. Please make your way back to the warm-up area. And while they do, we have Barbara Curtis as our first referee for the session. We have Gavin Chandler as our second referee and Antoinette Creel as our third referee. We've got Puleng Makurube as our technical controller. And our marshal is Georgia Love. I'll be your announcer, and Carol Anthony is our safeguarding officer. Athletes, coaches, please note our first lift will be at 11 a.m. Our first lift will be at 11 a.m. Loaders, take note of the new starting weight. Two minutes until our first lift. Athletes, coaches, please note that SAIDS has arrived, so please do not rush to leave. Please hang around in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, for those that don't know, SAIDS is the P in the cup guys, but with more respect, with all respect, they help us to keep our sport clean and competitive on the global stage. So please don't rush away, athletes. They have their selection process and they will be hanging around in the back. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our first lifter, Brendan LaRue from Lift Lab. The bar's loaded at 72 kgs. That is a good lift for Brendan. Weight change, automatic progression. Weight will go up to 73 kgs for Brendan's second attempt. It's a follow-on attempt, so he will have 2 minutes. Weight change. Weight goes up to 75 kgs. 75 kgs for Gregory Nelson's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. That is a good lift for Gregory. Weight change, weight goes up to 76 kgs for Gregory's second attempt. He will have 2 minutes as it is a follow-on attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 77 kgs for Brendan LaRue's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Brendan. That is a good lift from Brendan. Weight change, weight goes up to 78 kgs. 78 kgs for Gregory Nelson's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. That is a good lift for Gregory. Weight change, weight will go up to 79 for Gregory's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. He has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 80 kgs for Peter Janse van Rensburg's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Peter. That is a good lift for Peter. Weight stays at 80. Weight stays at 80 for Gregory Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. Weight change, weight goes up to 82 kgs for Brendan LaRue's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Brendan. That is a good lift for Brendan. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Weight stays at 82 for Gregory Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Gregory. Weight change, weight goes up to 85 kgs for Claude Barnes' first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 85 for Peter Janse van Rensburg's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Peter. That is a good lift for Peter. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 86. 86 for Peter's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 90 kgs for Edouard Ritchie's first attempt. The bar's loaded at 90 for Edouard Ritchie's first attempt. That is a good lift for Edouard. Weight will stay at 90. Weight will stay at 90 for Connor Molden's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Connor. That is a good lift for Connor. Weight will stay at 90 for Claude Barnes' first attempt. The bar's loaded for Claude. That is a good lift for Claude. Weight stays at 90. Weight stays at 90 for Louis Grobler's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Louis. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Louis. Weight will stay at 90 for Louis' second attempt. It's a follow-on attempt, so he will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Louis. He has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Louis. Weight stays at 90 for Peter Janse van Rensburg's third attempt. Louis. The bar's loaded for Peter. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Peter. Weight change, weight goes up to 95 kgs for Edouard Ritchie's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Edouard. That is a good lift for Edouard. Weight stays at 95 for Connor Molden's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Connor. That is a good lift for Connor. Weight stays at 95 for Claude Barnes' second attempt. The bar's loaded for Claude. That is a good lift for Claude. Weight stays at 95 for Louis Grobler's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Louis. That is a good lift for Louis. Weight change, weight goes up to 100 kgs for Mark Libber's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Mark. That is a good lift for Mark. Weight stays at 100. Weight stays at 100 for Edwan Ritchie's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Edwan. That is a good lift for Edwan. Weight stays at 100 for Connor Molden's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Connor. That is a good lift for Connor. Weight stays at 100 for Claude Barnes' third attempt. The bar's loaded for Claude. Unlucky, that's a no lift for Claude. Weight change, weight goes up to 105. 105 kgs for Daniel Katsav's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Daniel. Time stopped. Athlete change, weight stays at 105 for Willem van der Merwe's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Willem. That is a good lift for Willem. The ball's loaded for Mark. That is a good lift. That is a good lift for Mark. Apologies, ladies, just the system. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 106. Yeah. Weight change, weight goes up to 107. 107 kgs for Daniel Katsav's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Daniel. That is a good lift for Daniel. Weight change, weight goes up to 108 for Daniel's second attempt. He will have 2 minutes since it's a follow-on attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 110. 110 kgs for Andre Gadney's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 110 for Mark Leber's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Mark. Unlucky. That is a no-lift. Round of applause for Mark, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 111. 111 kgs for Willem van der Merwe's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Willem. Unlucky, weight will stay at 111 for Daniel Katsav's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Daniel. unlucky. That is a no lift for Daniel. Weight will stay at 111. Weight will stay at 111 for Daniel's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Daniel. He has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Daniel. Weight change, weight goes up to 112 kgs for Willem van der Merwe's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Willem. That is a good lift for Willem. Weight change, weight goes up to 113 kgs for Andre Gadney's first attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 117 for Andre Gadney's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Andre. That is a no lift, unfortunately. Weight will stay at 117. For his second attempt, he will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded, he has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Andre. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 118. The bar's loaded and Andre has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 120. 120 for Andre's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Andre. Weight change, weight goes up to 124 kgs for Andre's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Andre. Weight change, weight goes up to 126 kgs. The bar's loaded for Andre. I believe this, should he make this lift, this might possibly be the Masters World Record for his category, still to be confirmed. The world record is 125. He's 1 over. Let's give it up for Andre's world record attempt. Unlucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Andre. Well done. That concludes our snatch session, ladies and gentlemen. Our cleaner jerks will be in approximately 10 minutes. 5 minutes 50 until our first lift. Two minutes until our first lift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our first weight on the platform is 90 kgs for Brendan LaRue. The bar is loaded. That is a good lift for Brendan. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 91. Weight change, weight goes up to 94 kgs for Gregory Nelson's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. That is a good lift for Gregory. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 95 kgs for Gregory's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 97 kgs for Brendan LaRue's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Brendan. That is a good lift for Brendan. Weight change, weight goes up to 98 kgs for Gregory Nelson's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. Weight change, weight goes up to 99 kgs for Gregory Nelson's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. That is a good lift for Gregory. Weight change, weight goes up to 100 kgs for Gregory Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. He has 2 minutes.
What's it? Okay.
Weight change. Weight goes up to 102 for Brendan LaRue's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Brendan. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Brendan. Weight stays at 102 for Gregory Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Gregory. That is a good lift for Gregory. Weight change, weight goes up to 108 kgs for Claude Barnes' first attempt. The bar's loaded for Claude. That is a good lift for Claude. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 109 kgs. Weight change, weight goes up to 110 kgs for Peter Janse van Rensburg's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Peter. That is a good lift for Peter. Weight stays at 110. Weight stays at 110 for Louis Grobler's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Louis. That is a good lift for Louis. Weight change, weight goes up to 111. Weight change, weight goes up to 112 kgs for Connor Molden's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Connor. That is a good lift for Connor. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 113 for Connor's second attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 115 kgs for Edwin Ritchie's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Edwin. That is a good lift for Edwin. Weight stays at 115. Weight stays at 115 for Claude Bond's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Claude. Unlucky, that is a no lift. Weight will stay at 115 for Peter Janse van Rensburg's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Peter. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Peter. Weight will stay at 115 for Claude Barnes' third attempt. The bar's loaded for Claude. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Claude. Weight change, weight goes up to 117 for Louis Grobler's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Louis. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Louis. Weight will stay at 117 for Peter Janse van Rensburg's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Peter. That is a good lift for Peter. Weight change, weight goes up to 118 kgs for Connor Molden's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Connor.
Move it. Up. DK now. Slide on it. Quick.
That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Connor. Weight will stay at 118 for Connor's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 120 kgs for Mark Libber's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Mark. That is a good lift for Mark. Weight stays at 120. Weight stays at 120 for Edwin Ritchie's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Edwin. That is a good lift for Edwin. Weight stays at 120 for Louis Grobler's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Louis. That is a good lift for Louis. Weight change, weight goes up. Give him time, walk slowly, easy there. Weight goes up to 123 kgs for Connor Molden's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Connor. That is a good lift for Connor. Weight change, weight goes up to 125. Loaders, loaders. The bar's loaded for Mark. That is a good lift for Mark. Weight stays at 125 for Edwin Ritchie's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Edwin. That is a no lift, unfortunately, but a good fight for Edwan, from Edwan. Weight change, weight goes up to 130, 130 for Andre Gabney. Athlete change, weight stays at 130, but for Mark Libber's third attempt, and the bar is loaded. Round of applause for Mark, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 131 kgs for Willem van der Merwe's first attempt. The bars loaded for Willem. That is a good lift for Willem. Weight change, weight goes up to 132 kgs for Andre Gadney's first attempt. The bars loaded for Andre. That is a good lift for Andre. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 133 kgs for Andre's second attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 100 and, apologies. Weight goes up to 135 kgs. The bars loaded at 135. Is that 130? The bars loaded for Daniel at 135. Weight change, weight goes up to 137 for Willem van der Merwe's second attempt. The bars loaded for Willem. That is a good lift for Willem. Weight stays at 137 for Andre Gadney's second attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 138 for Daniel Katsav's first attempt. The bars loaded for Daniel. That is a good lift for Daniel. Weight stays at 138 for Andre Gadney's second attempt. The bars loaded for Andre. Weight change, weight goes up to 139 for Daniel Katsav's.
Wait, 143 for Daniel. Okay.
Weight change, weight goes up to 140 kgs.
Put them on the inside. Okay.
The bars loaded for Andre at 140. That is a good lift for Andre. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 141 kgs for Andre Gadney's third attempt. He will have 2 minutes. The bars loaded, Andre has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 142 kgs for Willem van der Merwe's third attempt. The bars loaded for Willem. Unlucky. Round of applause for Willem, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 143 kgs for Daniel Katsav's second attempt.
Every time I close my eyes,
The bar's loaded for Daniel.
every time I close my eyes, every time I close my eyes.
That is a good lift for Daniel. Weight change, weight goes up to 144 kgs for Andre Gadney's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Andre. Weight stays at 144 for Daniel Katsav's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Daniel.
Every time I close my eyes.
Weight change, weight goes up to 145 kgs for Andre Gadney's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Andre. Unlucky. Round of applause for Andre, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 147 kgs for Daniel Katsav's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Daniel. Lucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Daniel. Thank you to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session 6 and second session of the day. Athletes, please remember Sides is here. Don't run away. And we will begin with medal presentations and certificates in 15 to 20 minutes. Willem van der Merwe and coach, please make your way to the technical official area.
watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, dance, dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance. I've been trying to cope since you ran away. I've been feeling lost, I've been feeling pain. And no matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I tried to call the doctor, it didn't help. Took a trip out to the sun to revive myself. No matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, dance, dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. 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 I'm gonna dance, 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 dance.
DJ turn up the loud.
my sweetheart.
Check. Gotta take it out. Check. Check the sonics. Gotta take it out. Gotta take it out. Check. Check the sonics. Gotta take it out.
You could be my sweetheart. When you like, try to do some kind of beer. Nice shades on, you could be my sweetheart. When you like, try to do some kind of beer. 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 You could be my sweetheart. When you like, try to do some kind of beer.
Check the sonics. Gotta take it out. Check the sonics. Gotta take it out. Gotta take it out. Check the sonics. Gotta take it out. Try to you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful. 'Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful. And I just can't hide how I feel about you. Nothing can take that away. 'Cause you make the world so beautiful, so beautiful. I was restless and stranded on my own. Time seems endless, but nothing's going on. But you came round and turned it upside down. You saved me when I was helpless, but now that darkness gone. 'Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful. 'Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful. And I just can't hide how I feel about you. Nothing can take that away. 'Cause you make the world so beautiful, so beautiful. Cause you know the world is beautiful. Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful.
I'll just announce it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready for medal presentations. Loaders, could we please get a podium?
Cause you know the world is beautiful. Cause you know the world is beautiful. Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful.
Are you happier now, love? Still wander the city streets. It's getting easier with love. It's getting easier with love. As dawn breaks the darkness, a new day begins. I feel cold and heartless. I've run myself in. Like the distant star, have you traveled far? I miss you in my arms. You're like my lucky charm. Are you happier now, love? Still wander the city streets. It's getting easier with love. Know you're the beat of my aching heart. Happier, happier, are you happier?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready for medal presentations. Officials, loaders, All right, athletes, please make your way to the podium for medal presentations. Athletes, please make your way to the podium for medal presentations.
Tell me what you're thinking, give me what you're drinking.
Let's give it up for our athletes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were here with us from our first medal presentation, you would have seen we are finding a way that works here. As you're aware, this is a combined provincial and SA Masters Champs competition. We have 3 provinces being represented here today. And so we will start with the province of Mpumalanga. Within the Mpumalanga province, in the open male 89 category, in second place with a total of 215, we have Louis Grobler. And in first place, in the Mpumalanga Provincials, in the open men's 89 category with a total of 249, we have Willem van der Merwe. Thank you, athletes, well done. The second province represented is from the Northwest. In the Northwest, we had in the open men's 81 category with getting gold with a total of 220, Edwin Ritchie. Well done. And the open men's 89 category for the Northwest province, getting a gold, we have Brendan LaRue. Apologies, Brendan is also youth. Apologies, that's a youth right there. And now to the host province. To the host province, in the male 81 categories, I have to make sure I get this right. Apologies, but let's do this again. Okay, male 81, male 81. Yes, there's only one. Yes, as I. In the Gauteng provincials, we had one lifter in the male 81 category receiving the gold medal with a total of 223, Connor Molden. And then I will call out, I hope this works, I will call out for certificate presentations in the male 89, in the open male 89 category. I will call out first for certificates, and then as we podium, I will state their placement and weight. Peter Janse van Rensburg for a certificate, well done. We have Gregory Nelson, well done. We have Claude Barnes, well done. And in third place, with a total of 230, Mark Libber. In second place, with a total of 254, Daniel Katsav. And in first place, with a total of 257, Andre Gadney. Well done to our athletes, and this time I won't make the mistake of forgetting that this is actually also SA Masters. And so in our SA Masters categories, in our men's 35-year-old 89 kg category, in second place, we have Peter Janse van Redsburg. In our Masters men's 35-89 category, in first place, we have Mark Libber. In our men's 40-89 category, getting a gold medal, we have Louis Grobler, SA Masters. And in our men's 45-89, also getting a gold medal for his Masters category, Andre Gadney.
I think that was better.
Thank you to all our athletes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, judges. I do hope that this one was much better than the last one. Give it up for our athletes, and introductions for the next flight will be at 1:20.
within the clouds. My body feels the pulse. My feet are saying round and round we go.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
6.5 minutes until intros. Two minutes until intros. 1 minute. All right, athletes, please make your way onto the platform for introductions. Let's give it up for our athletes, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will call out your name. Please just step forward, acknowledge and step back. We have Dunay Vermeulen from African Beasts. We have Kayla Visa from Red X CrossFit. We have Nolene Schlemmer from Henning Fitness. We have Genevieve Dutoy from Jersey East Weightlifting. We have Monique Slabbert from African Beasts. We have Idole Dutoy as an independent. We have Cheyenne Smith from Performance Purists. We have Shamon Prinsloo, Charmanet Prince from IRA HPC, thank you. We have Brittany Rue from African Beasts. We have Ricole Labuskakni as an independent. We have Karen Bainbridge from Jersey East Weightlifting. We have Carla Staniland from Red X CrossFit. Michelle De Jong from Performance Purist. Samantha Stewart from African Wolf Academy. And Bonita Bloom from the Bar Strength and Conditioning. Thank you, athletes. You can make your way to the back to the warm-up area, and while they do, our officials for this session are Puleng Makurube as our first referee. We have Antoinette Creel as our second referee, and we have Georgia Love as our third referee. Gavin Chandler is our technical controller. Barbara Curtis is our marshal. I'll be an announcer, and as usual, Carol Anthony is our safeguarding officer. Thank you, athletes. Our first lift will be at 1:30. Seven minutes until our first lift. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes until our first lift. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our first weight is loaded on the platform. 40 kgs on the bar for Brittany Rude. The bar is loaded. That is a good lift for Brittany. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 41 kgs, 41 for Brittany's second attempt. She will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Brittany, she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 44 kgs for Bonita Bloom's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Bonita. That is a good lift for Bonita. Weight stays at 44 for Brittany Rue's second attempt. The bar is loaded for Brittany. That is a good lift for Brittany. Weight change, weight goes up to 45 kgs for Danae Vermeulen's first attempt.
If they don't sign it, they still put whatever they weigh out.
The bar's loaded for Dune.
I think there's she's there.
That is a good lift for Dune. Weight change, weight goes up to 46 kgs for Michelle de Jong's first attempt. Just a reminder, athletes and coaches, the down signal is the buzzer. Athlete change, weight stays at 46 for Dune Vermeulen's second attempt. The bar's loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 47 kgs. 47 for Michelle de Jong's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Michelle.
Yep.
That is a good lift for Michelle. Weight stays at 47. Weight stays at 47 for Bonita Bloom's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Bonita. That is a good lift for Bonita. Weight stays at 47. Weight stays at 47 for Brittany Rue's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Brittany.
Okay, now let's let it play out. But I think I'll try and go back to the top of the play because I think it's
Unlucky, that is a no lift for Brittany. Give it up for her, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 48 kgs for Kayla Visa's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Kayla.
yes.
That is a good lift for Kayla. Weight stays at 48. Weight stays at 48 for Michelle de Jong's second attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 49 kgs for Michelle de Jong's second attempt. Kayla. The bar's loaded for Michelle. Weight change, weight goes up to 50 kgs for Dune Vermeulen's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Dune. That is a good lift for Dune. Weight stays at 50. Weight stays at 50 for Michelle de Jong's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Michelle.
Yes.
That is a good lift for Michelle. Weight stays at 50 for Kayla Visa's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Kayla. Unlucky, that is a no lift. Weight will stay at 50 for Bonita Bloom's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Bonita.
Yes. Oh.
Unlucky, give it up for Bonita, ladies and gentlemen. Weight stays at 50. Weight stays at 50 for Kayla Visa's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 52. 52 kgs for Michelle de Jong's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Michelle.
Yes.
That is a good lift for Michelle. Weight stays at 52. Weight stays at 52 for Kayla Visa's third attempt. And the bar is loaded for Kayla. That is a good lift for Kayla. Weight change, weight goes up to 53. 53 kgs for Samantha Stewart's first attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 55 kgs for Carla Staniland's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Carla.
Oh yeah.
That is a good lift for Carla. Weight stays at 55 for Samantha Stewart's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. Athlete change, weight stays at 55 for Danae Vermeulen's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Danae.
Idole.
Weight change, weight goes up to 56 kgs, apologies, 56 for Samantha Stewart's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. That is a good lift for Samantha. Weight change, weight goes up to 57 kgs for Samantha Stewart's second attempt. She will have 2 minutes as a follow-on attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 57 for Danae from Maryland's third attempt. The bar is loaded for Danae. That is a good lift for Danae. Weight change, weight goes up to 59 kgs for Samantha Stewart's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. Weight change, weight goes up to 60 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 60 for Carla Staniland's second attempt. The bar is loaded for Carla. That is a good lift for Carla. Weight stays at 60. Weight stays at 60 for Samantha Stewart's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. That is a good lift for Samantha. Weight change. Weight goes up to 61 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. That is a good lift for Nolene. Weight stays at 61. Weight stays at 61 for Samantha Stewart's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha.
Nolene is 65. All good.
Weight change, weight goes up to 62 kgs for Idale Dutoy's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Idale. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Idele. Weight will stay at 62 for Idele's second attempt. The bar's loaded. She has 2 minutes.
Yes, yes.
That is a good lift for Idele. Weight stays at 62. Weight stays at 62 for Samantha Stewart's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. Weight change, weight goes up to 63. 63 kgs for Monique Slabbert's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Monique.
Monique is the lifter, so can I get hers first?
Athlete change, weight remains at 63 for Samantha Stewart's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Samantha. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change. Weight goes up to 65. 65 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Athlete change, weight stays at 65 for Monique Slabbert's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Monique. That is a good lift for Monique. Weight stays at 65 for Rikale Labushkakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. Athlete change, weight stays at 65 for Nolene Schlemmer's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. That is a good lift for Nolene. Weight stays at 65 for Carla Stanneland's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Carla. Unlucky, that is a no lift. Give it up for Carla, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 66. 66 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Genevieve. Weight will stay at 66 for Monique Slabbert's second attempt.
Chamonix.
The bar's loaded for Monique. Athlete change, weight stays at 66 for Genevieve Dutoy's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve.
Yes, yes.
That is a good lift for Genevieve. Weight change, weight goes up to 67. 67 kgs for Rikale Laroskakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. That is a good lift for Rikale. Weight stays at 67. Weight stays at 67 for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 68 kgs. 68 kgs for Monique Slabbert's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Monique. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Monique. Weight will stay at 68 for Rikale Labuskakni's second attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 68 for Monique Slabbert's third attempt. The bar's loaded, she has 2 minutes as a follow-on attempt. Unlucky, round of applause for Monique, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 69. 69 kgs for Idele Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Idele. That is a good lift for Idele. Weight stays at 69 for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Weight change, weight goes up to 70 kgs. 70 kgs for Rikale Labuskakni's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. Athlete change, weight stays at 70 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. That is a no lift, unfortunately. Round of applause for Nolene, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change. Weight goes up to 71 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Weight change, weight goes up to 72 kgs for Charmaine Prinsley's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Charmaine. That is a good lift for Charmaine. Weight stays at 72 for Rikale Labuskakni's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. That is a good lift for Rikale. Weight stays at 72 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. That is a good lift for Genevieve. Weight change, weight goes up to 73 kgs for Rikale Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Ricole. Weight change, weight goes up to 75 kgs for Karen Bainbridge's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. Athlete change, weight stays at 75 for Ricole Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Ricole. Weight change, weight goes up to 76 kgs for Ricole Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Ricole. That is a good lift for Ricole. Weight change, weight goes up to 77 kgs for Charmaine Princely's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Charmaine. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Charmaine. Weight will stay at 77 for Charmaine's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 78 kgs. 78 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. That is a good lift for Cheyenne. Weight stays at 78. Weight stays at 78 for Karen Bainbridge's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. That is a good lift for Karen. Weight change, weight goes up to 79. 79 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's second attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 79 for Karen Bainbridge's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen, she has 2 minutes. Athlete change, weight stays at 79 for Charmaine Prinsloo's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Charmaine. Unlucky. Round of applause for Charmaine, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 81. 81 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. That has been given a no lift for Cheyenne. Weight will stay at 81 for Cheyenne's third attempt. Thank God for action replays. We can see for ourselves. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne at 81. She has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 82. 82 kgs for Karen Bainbridge's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Karen. Weight will remain at 82 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. Unlucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Cheyenne. Weight stays at 82. Weight stays at 82 for Karen Bainbridge's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 83 for Karen Bainbridge's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. That is a good lift for Karen. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our snatch session. We will begin with our clean and jerks in approximately 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if someone is missing their phone, they left their phone on the stairs, please come see us at the judges table. We're in the era of Face ID, so you can't get away with it. I have done. So you can see now the starting weight. Loaders, please take note of a new starting weight. Loaders. Two minutes until our first lift.
Okay, I need to, let's have a look. Okay, Kayla is 58. Time there, if I do it, I'll start it at 110. Okay, here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our first weight on the bar is 58 kgs, loaded for Kayla Visa. The bar's loaded. That is a good lift for Kayla. Weight change, weight goes up to 59 kgs for Bonita Bloom's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Bonita. That is a good lift for Bonita. Weight change, weight goes up to 60 kgs. 60 kgs for Bonita's second attempt.
Okay.
Weight change, weight goes up to 62 kgs. 62 for Kayla Visa's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Kayla. That's a good lift for Kayla. Weight stays at 62. Weight stays at 62 for Bonita Bloom's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Bonita. That is a good lift for Bonita. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 63 kgs. 63 for Bonita's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 65. 65 kgs for Dunay Vermeulen's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Dunay. That is a good lift for Dunay. Weight stays at 65. Weight stays at 65 for Brittany Rue's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Brittany. That is a good lift for Brittany. Weight stays at 65 for Kayla Visa's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Kayla. That is a good lift for Kayla. Weight stays at 65. Weight stays at 65 for Bonita Bloom's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Bonita. That is a good lift for Bonita. Weight change, weight goes up to 66. 66 kgs for Dunay Vermeulen's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Dunay. Athlete change, weight stays at 66 for Brittany Rue's second attempt. The bar's loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 67. 67 kgs for Michelle de Jong's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Michelle. That is a good lift for Michelle. Weight change, weight goes up to 68. 68 kgs for Michelle's second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 69. 69 kgs for Carla Staniland's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Carla. That is a good lift for Carla. Weight change, weight goes up to 70 kgs. 70 kgs for Brittany Rue's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Brittany. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Brittany. Weight will stay at 70. Weight will stay at 70 for Michelle de Jong's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Michelle. That is a good lift for Michelle. Weight stays at 70 kgs for Brittany Rue's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Brittany. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Brittany. Weight change, weight goes up to 71 kgs. $71 kgs for Dune for Malin's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Dune.
Georgie.
That is a good lift for Dune. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 72 kgs. The bar's loaded at 72 kgs for Dune's third attempt. She has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 73 kgs for Carla Standerland's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Carla. That is a good lift for Carla. Weight stays at 73 kgs for Michelle de Jong's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Michelle. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Michelle. Weight change, weight goes up to 74 kgs for Samantha Stewart's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha at 74 kgs. Athlete change, weight stays at 74 for Dune from Malin's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dune. Weight change, weight goes up to 75 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. Weight change, weight goes up to 76 kgs for Monique Slabbert's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Monique. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Monique. Weight will stay at 76 for Monique's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Monique's second attempt. She has 2 minutes. Athlete change, weight stays at 76 for Carla Standerland's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Carla. Weight stays.
You called out no lead.
Weight stays at 76 for Monique Slabbert's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Monique. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Monique. Weight will remain at 76 for her third attempt. The bar is loaded and she has 2 minutes. Unlucky for Monique, that is a no lift. Weight change, weight goes up to 77 kgs for Idole Dutoy's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Idole. That is a good lift for Idole. Weight stays at 77 for Samantha Stewart's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 77 for Dunay for Malin's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dunay. Unlucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dunay. Weight change, weight goes up to 78 kgs. 78 kgs for Samantha Stewart's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. That is a good lift for Samantha. Weight change, weight goes up to 79 for Samantha's follow-on attempt. She will have 2 minutes.
All weighed in. Thanks.
Weight change, weight goes up to 80 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. That is a good lift for Nolene. Weight change, weight goes up to 81 kgs for Samantha Stewart's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. Weight change, weight goes up to 82 kgs for Idale Dutoy's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Idale. That is a good lift for Idale. Weight stays at 82. Weight stays at 82 for Samantha Stewart's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Samantha. Weight will stay at 82 for Samantha's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Samantha. She has 2 minutes. Let's give it up for Sam, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, Sam.
Unlucky. Round of applause for Samantha, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 85 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. That is a good lift for Nolene. Weight change, weight goes up to 86 for Nolene's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 87 kgs for Idole Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Idole. That is a good lift for Idole. Weight change, weight goes up to 90 kgs. 90 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. That is a no lift for Cheyenne. Weight will stay at 90 for Chamonix Prinsley's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Chamonix. That is a good lift for Chamonix. Weight will stay at 90 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. Athlete change, weight stays at 90 kgs for Nolene Schlemmer's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Nolene. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Nolene. Weight change, weight goes up to 91 kgs for Cheyenne Smith's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. That is a good lift for Cheyenne. Weight change, weight goes up to 92 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 92 for Rikole Labuschakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikole.
And then Cheyenne is 95.
Weight change, weight goes up to 94 kgs for Charmonet Princely's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Charmonet. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Charmonet. Weight will stay at 94 for Charmonet's third attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes. That is a no lift for Charmonet. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 95 kgs for Rikole Labuschakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikole. Athlete change, weight stays at 95 for Karen Bainbridge's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. Athlete change, weight stays at 95 for Cheyenne Smith's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cheyenne. Unlucky. Round of applause for Cheyenne, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 96 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve.
Come now.
That is a good lift for Genevieve. Weight stays at 96.
Karen, 98.
Weight change, weight goes up to 97 kgs for Rikale Labuskakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Rikale. Weight will stay. Weight will stay at 97 for Genevieve Dutoy. Athlete change, weight stays at 97 for Rikale Labuskakni's second attempt. The bar's loaded and she has 2 minutes as a follow-on attempt. That is a good lift for Rikale. Weight change, weight goes up to 98 kgs for Karen Bainbridge's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. That is a good lift for Karen. Weight stays at 98 for Rikale Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. Weight change, weight goes up to 99 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Athlete change, weight stays at 99 for Karen Bainbridge's second attempt. The bar's loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 100 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Weight change, weight goes up to 101 for Genevieve Dutoy's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. That is a good lift for Genevieve. Weight stays at 101 for Rikale Labuschakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. Weight change, weight goes up to 102 for Rikale Labuschakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rikale. Unlucky. Round of applause for Rikale, ladies and gentlemen. Weight stays at 102 for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 103 kgs for Karen Bainbridge's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. Lucky, that is a no lift. That is Judge Piling. That is a no lift, unfortunately, from Karen. Weight will stay at 103 for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Genevieve. Athlete change, weight stays at 103 for Karen Bainbridge's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Karen. round of applause for Karen, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 104 kgs for Genevieve Dutoy's third attempt. The bars loaded for Genevieve. Weight change, weight goes up to 105 kgs for Genevieve's third attempt. The bars loaded for Genevieve. Unlucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Genevieve. That concludes our session 7, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with medal presentations in approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Introductions for the last flight will be at 10 to 4, 10 to 4. Athletes, loaders, can we get a podium? Athletes, we are ready for medal presentations and certificate presentations. Judges, we're ready for presentations. Loaders, can we also get blood cleaning in the back there in the warm-up area?
I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, dance, dance like nobody's watching me. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance.
All right. Athletes, please make your way to the platform for medal presentation.
No matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I tried to call the doctor, it didn't help. Took a trip out to the sun to revive myself. No matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I'm gonna dance, dance, dance.
Thank you, athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to try and get through this as quick as possible. All right. We'll try it like we did the last time. As you know, this is the combined provincial and SA Masters Champs. We have 4 provinces represented in this session. And so from Limpopo, in the under 20 or junior female 81 category, with a total of 150 and getting the gold medal, Nolene Schlemmer. She was also competing as a senior, and the gold medal serves for the both categories from her province. From the Mpumalanga province, competing in the Mpumalanga Provincials for the females over 87 category. Female 87 category, apologies, not over 87. We have Charmaine Prinsloo with a total of 162 for the gold medal. From the Northwest Province. From the Northwest Province, competing in the open female 76 category for the gold medal with a total of 156, Idale Dutoy. Well done. And from the Northwest, competing in the females over 87 category with a total, just need to find out, with a total of 173, Ricole Labuskachny. And now in Gauteng, we will start with with certificate presentations, and then we will start with certificate presentations for those that just get their certificates, and then we will medal in the order. So we have Michelle de Jong in the open categories. And we have Bonita Bloom in the open category. And then in the youth female over 81 category with a total of 128 for the youth female over 81, Dunay Vermeulen. Well done. In the under 20 or junior female 76 category with a total of 117, Kayla Visa. Well done. In the open female 76 category, coming in third place with a total of 169, Cheyenne Smith. Coming in second place in the female 76 category with a total of 173, Genevieve Dutoy. And coming in first place with a total of 181, Karen Bainbridge. In the open female 81 category, coming in second place with a total of 133, Carla Staniland. And coming in first place with a total of 138, Samantha Stewart. And lastly, in the open over 87 category, coming in first place, Brittany Rue with a total of 109. And now, as previously mentioned, this is also SA Masters. In the Masters Women's 35, 76 category, with a total of 181, and I believe she broke all the records. Karen Brainbridge. Well done. In the Masters Women's 35-81 category with a total of 133, Carla Staniland. In the women's 40-76 category with a total of 122, the gold medal goes to Michelle de Jong. In the women's 40-81 category with a total of 138, Samantha Stewart. And in our Masters Women's 55-76 category with a total of 112, the gold medal goes to Bonita Bloom. Well done, athletes. Thank you so much. You can make your way back to the warm-up area. Remember, Saids is hanging around, so don't be quick to run away. And we will commence with introductions for our next flight in approximately 3 minutes 45. Loaders, T-minus 2 minutes until introductions for the next flight. Two minutes, loaders, please clear the platform for introductions.
Can you give? I can't give. I don't know who. Just leave them there. I don't know who's in charge, but the numbers are up there. The numbers are.
Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful. Cause you know the world is beautiful, so beautiful. And I just can't hide how I feel about you. Nothing can take that away. Cause you make the world so beautiful, so beautiful.
Judges,
Yes, you are ref one. Have they things on there?
whew. Ladies and gentlemen, the joys of combined competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our athletes as they make their way to the platform for medal presentations. Athletes, please make your way to the platform for medal presentations. Athletes, please make your way to the platform for medal for introductions. Let's go, athletes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our athletes.
On time. I'll have to leave them.
Thank you. As the athletes are sorting out their number order, we will begin.
You're six. There.
All right. First up, we have LJ Basson from Performance Purist. We have Rico Labiskakni from Movement Crew. We have Simon Curtis from Performance Purist. We have Grant McDonald as an independent. We have Johannes Botha from Redx CrossFit. We have Nathan Morris from Pirates. We have Cameron Nelson from School of Strength. We have Duane Earwoods from Redx CrossFit. We have Adrian Nell from the Block Barbell. We have Rustam Hatia as an independent. And we have Martin McPhail from Performance Purist. Thank you, athletes. Please make your way to the warm-up area. While they do, our referees for this session are Andre Gadney, our first referee, Barbara Curtis, our second referee, and Puleng Makurube is our third referee. Antoinette Creel is our technical controller. Michelle de Jong is our marshal. I'm your announcer, and Carol Anthony is our safeguarding officer. Athletes, our first lift is at 4 p.m.
what you're thinking. Give me what you're drinking. Tell me what you're thinking. Give me what you're drinking. You and me, we got something special, baby. You and me, you and me. I can think this was never meant to happen. You and me, you and me. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it, baby. Oh yeah, I can't help it. I can't help it, baby. Tell me what you're thinking. Give me what you're drinking. Tell me what you're thinking. Give me what you're drinking. You and me, we got something special, baby. You and me, you and me. I can think this was never meant to happen. You and me, you and me. I can't help it. I can't help it, baby. I can't help it. I can't help it, baby. I can't help it. I can't help it, baby. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it, I can't help it. Help it.
2 minutes until our first lift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first weight loaded is 60 kgs for Martin McPhail. The bars loaded for Martin. That's a good lift for Martin. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 61. The bar's loaded for Martin. He has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 62 for Martin McPhail's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Martin. Weight change, weight goes up to 63 kgs for Martin's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Martin. That is a good lift for Martin. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 64 kgs for Martin's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Martin at 64.
So he signed it. It should have been there, but then also there. So now he signed it. You need to put 64 there. By signing,
Weight change, weight goes up to 65 kgs for Martin's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Martin. unlucky. That is a no lift for Martin. Weight change, weight goes up to 80 kgs. 80 kgs for Grant McDonald's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant at 80 kgs.
Yes, power.
That is a good lift for Grant. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 81 kgs for Grant's second attempt. The bar's loaded and he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 85 kgs for Rico Labuskakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. Weight change, weight goes up to 86 for Adrian Null's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Adrian. Athlete change, weight stays at 86 for Grant McDonald's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant.
Yes.
That is a good lift for Grant. Weight change, weight goes up to 87 kgs for Rico Labuskakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Rico. Weight will stay at 87 for Rico's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. He has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Rico. Weight stays at 87. Weight stays at 87 for Grant McDonald's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant. Weight change, weight goes up to 88 kgs for Rico Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. Weight change, weight goes up to 90 kgs. 90 kgs for Grant McDonald's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant. Come, Grant. That is a good lift for Grant. Weight change, weight goes up to 91 kgs for Adrian Nell's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Adrian. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Adrian. Weight will stay at 91 for Rion's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rion, he has 2 minutes. That is a good lift for Rion. Weight change, weight goes up to 92 kgs. 92 for Rico Labuskakni's third attempt.
Wait, 96 for who? Rion.
The bar's loaded for Rico. That is a good lift for Rico. Weight change, automatic progression. Weight goes up to 95 kgs, apologies. 95 kgs for Rustam Hatia's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rustam.
Yes.
That is a good lift for Rustam. Weight change, weight goes up to 96 kgs for Cameron Nelson's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron. That is a good lift for Cameron. Weight stays at 96 for Rian Nell's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rian. That is a good lift for Rian. Weight change, weight goes up to 97. 97 kgs for Duane Airward's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. That is a good lift for Dwayne. Weight change, weight goes up to 98 kgs for Dwayne's second attempt. He's following on from himself, so he will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. Weight change, weight goes up to 101 kgs for Cameron Nelson's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Cameron. Weight will remain at 101 for Cameron's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 102 kgs for Simon Curtis's first attempt. The ball's loaded for Simon.
Come, Simon.
That is a good lift for Simon. Weight stays at 102 for Rustam Hatia's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rustam.
Oh, at this way.
Unlucky, that is a no lift from Rustam. Weight will remain at 102 kgs for Cameron Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron. That is a good lift for Cameron. Weight stays at 102 for Rustam Hatia's third attempt. I believe this is for the Masters record in this category. The bar's loaded for Rustam. Let's cheer him on as he attempts to break his own record. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Rustam. Round of applause. Weight change, weight goes up to 103 kgs for Dwayne Edwards' second attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. That is a good lift for Dwayne. Weight change, weight goes up to 104. 104 kgs for Dwayne's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 106 kgs for Simon Curtis's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Simon. That is a good lift for Simon. Weight change, weight goes up to 107 kgs for LJ Basson's first attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 108 kgs for Dwayne Airwood's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Dwayne. Weight change, weight goes up to 110 kgs for Johannes Botha's first attempt. The ball's loaded for Johannes. That is a good lift for Johannes. Weight stays at 110 for Simon Curtis's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Simon. Unlucky. Round of applause for Simon, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 112 kgs for LJ Basson's first attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 114 for LJ Basson's first attempt. The bar's loaded for LJ. That is a good lift for LJ. Weight change, weight goes up to 115 for Johannes Botha's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Johannes Botha. Unlucky. That was a no lift for Johannes. Weight will stay at 115 for his third attempt. The bar's loaded for Johannes and he has 2 minutes. Let's give it up for Johannes, ladies and gentlemen. Unlucky. That is a no lift for Johannes. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 119 kgs for LJ Basson's second attempt. The bar's loaded for LJ. That is a good lift for LJ. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 120 for LJ's third attempt. The bar's loaded for LJ, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 121 kgs for LJ's third attempt. The bar's loaded for LJ. Weight change, weight goes up to 123. The bar's loaded for LJ. That is a good lift for LJ. Weight change, weight goes up to 130 kgs.
Slow down.
The bar's loaded for Nathan Morris. That is a good lift for Nathan. Automatic progression, weight will go up to 131 kgs. The bar's loaded for Nathan Morris. He has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 133. The bar's loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 136 kgs for Nathan's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Nathan. That is a good lift for Nathan. Weight change, automatic progression will go up to 137 kgs for Nathan's third attempt.
Promise you can never pay up. You won't like, baby, promise you can never.
Are you ready?
The bar's loaded for Nathan. He has 2 minutes. Change, weight goes up to 139 kgs for Nathan's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Nathan. Weight change, weight goes up to 142 kgs. The bar's loaded for Nathan. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Nathan, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. That concludes our snatch session. We will begin with clean and jerks in approximately 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, just an FYI, there are about 30 Prego rolls left. If you're feeling hungry, make your way to the Prego roll stand before they disappear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first weight on the bar is 72 kgs. The bar's loaded for Martin McPhail.
But Chad actually said to me, once they start,
That is a good lift for Martin. Weight change, weight goes up to 73 kgs. The bar's loaded for Martin at 73 kgs. He has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 74 kgs. The bar's loaded for Martin at 74 kgs. Weight change, weight goes up to 76 kgs for Martin's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Martin. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Martin. Weight change is an instant replay, just beautiful. Weight stays at 76 kgs for Martin's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Martin at 76. He has 2 minutes. Judges, can I get no lift? But that was a good fight for Martin. Weight change, weight goes up to 105 kgs for Rion Nell's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rion. That is a good lift for Rion. Weight change, weight goes up to 106 for Rion's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rion, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 110 kgs for Grant McDonald's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant. That is a good lift for Grant. Weight change, weight goes up to 111 for Grant's second attempt. The bar's loaded, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 114, 114 kgs. For Rion Nell's second attempt, the bar's loaded for Rion. That is a good lift for Rion. Automatic progression, weight goes to 115 for Rion's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 116 kgs for Dwayne Airward's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. That is a good lift for Dwayne. Weight change, automatic progression goes up to 117 for Dwayne's second lift. Weight change, weight goes up to 119 for Grant McDonald's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant. That is a good lift for Grant.
What is that? 125.
Weight change, weight goes up to 120 for Grant McDonald's third attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 121 kg. Weight is at 121.
We're not yet there, almost.
Thank you, loaders. The bar's loaded at 121 for Rian Nell's third attempt. Unlucky, that is a no lift for Rian. However, ladies and gentlemen, he set the new Masters record. Rian set the new Masters record for his weight category in the snatch and the total. The weight goes up to 122 kgs for Dwayne Airwood's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Dwayne. Weight will stay at 122. Weight will stay at 122 for Dwayne's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. He has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 125.
Yes, now the two reds and
The bar is set at 125 kgs for Rico Laboskakni's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. That is a good lift for Rico. Weight will stay at 125 for Cameron Nelson's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron. That is a good lift for Cameron. Weight will stay at 125 for Rustam Hatia's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Rustam. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Rustam. Weight will stay at 125 for Rustam's second attempt. He will have 2 minutes from when the platform is ready.
28.
Weight, athlete change, weight stays at 125 for Grant McDonald's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Grant. Unlucky. Round of applause for Grant, ladies and gentlemen. Weight stays at 125 for Dwayne Awards' third attempt. The bar's loaded for Dwayne. Unlucky. Round of applause for Dwayne, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 126 kgs for Simon Curtis's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Simon. That is a good lift for Simon. Weight stays at 126 for Rico Labuschakni's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. Athlete change, weight stays at 126 for Rustam Hatia's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rustam. That is a good lift for Rustam. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 127 for Rustam's third attempt.
It's 127.
The bar's loaded for Rustam at 127. He has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 128 kgs for Rustam's third attempt. This is for the Masters, SA Masters record in this category. The bar's loaded for Rustam.
Yes.
That is a good lift and a new Masters clean and jerk record. Weight change, weight goes up to 130 kgs for Rico Labuschaghni's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. That is a good lift for Rico. Weight stays at 130 for Cameron Nelson's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron. That is a good lift for Cameron. Weight change, weight goes up to 131 kgs for Rico Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico. Athlete change, weight stays at 131 for Cameron Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded. Weight change, weight goes up to 132 for Simon Curtis's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Simon. That is a good lift for Simon. Weight stays at 132 for Cameron Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron.
Shame.
Weight change, weight goes up to 133 kgs for Rico Labuskakni's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Rico.
Shame.
That is a no lift for Rico, ladies and gentlemen. Weight will stay at 133 for Cameron Nelson's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Cameron. That is a good lift for Cameron. Weight change, weight goes up to 136. 136 for Simon Curtis's third attempt. Bars loaded for Simon. That is a good lift for Simon. Weight change, weight goes up to 145 kgs. The bars loaded for Johannes Broter at 145. That is a good lift for Johannes. Weight change, weight goes up to 146 kgs for LJ Basson's first attempt. Athlete change, weight stays at 146 for Johannes Broter's second attempt. Weight change, weight goes up to 150 kgs, 147, apologies, 147 for LJ Basson's first attempt. The bars loaded for LJ. That is a good lift for LJ. Weight change, automatic progression. Weight will go up to 148. Weight change, weight goes up to 150 for Johannes Broter's second attempt. The bars loaded for Johannes. That is a good lift for Johannes. Weight change, weight goes up to 151 for Johannes' third attempt. The bars loaded for Johannes, he has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 153 kgs for LJ Basson's second attempt. The bars loaded for LJ. Unlucky. That is a no lift for LJ. Weight will remain at 153 for his third attempt. He will have 2 minutes. The bar's loaded and LJ has 2 minutes. Weight change, weight goes up to 154.
Sorry, I wasn't being trained. I was.
The bar's loaded for LJ. Weight change, weight goes up to 155 kgs for Johannes Botha's third attempt. The bar's loaded for Johannes.
I'm gonna dance by myself like nobody's watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause
Athlete change, the bar's loaded at 155 for LJ Basson's third attempt. The bar is loaded. Unlucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for LJ Basson. Weight change, weight goes up to 158 kgs for Johannes Botha's third attempt.
I've been trying to cope since you ran away. I've been feeling lost, I've been feeling pain. And no matter what I do, I just feel like I do.
The bar's loaded for Johannes.
Tried to call the doctor, it didn't help. Took a trip out to the sun to revive myself. No matter what I do, I just feel like I do what I do for you. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, 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 dance. I'm gonna dance, dance.
Unlucky. Round of applause for Johannes, ladies and gentlemen. Weight change, weight goes up to 160. 160 kgs for Nathan Morris's first attempt. The bar's loaded for Nathan. That's a good lift for Nathan. Automatic progression, weight goes up to 161 for Nathan's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Nathan. He has 2 minutes. Weight change. The wow goes up to 166 kgs. 166 for Nathan's second attempt. The bar's loaded for Nathan. That is a no lift, unfortunately, for Nathan. Weight will remain at 166, and Nathan will have 2 minutes.
Guys, can we...
The bar's loaded for Nathan at 166. He has 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Nathan. He attempted 166. Unlucky. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Nathan. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our combined provincial and SA Masters champs. Athletes in the warm-up area, don't run away too quick. I believe Saids are around, so please don't run away. And we will commence with medal presentations and certificates in approximately 15 or so minutes.
you're thinking, give me what you're drinking. Tell me what you're thinking, give me what you're drinking. You and me, we got something special, baby. You and me, you and me. I can think this was never meant to happen. You and me, you and me. I can't help it. I can't help it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Athletes, not sure if you're done peeing in cups, but we're almost ready to go. Are we just doing you and then we can bring them on? I'm saying there are no other judges, we don't need them here. Athletes, please make your way to the platform for presentations. Yo, this is like almost done. Let's give it up for our athletes, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We are going to award certificates for participation. This was all a Gauteng, and so now Gauteng Open 102, a certificate for participating goes to Rian Nell. No, sorry, Rian Nell. Oh. We have Martin McPhail. Does he have? No, does he not have here? Does he not have one of these? Okay. Oh, that's okay. Okay, you didn't check that. Okay, and in third place in the Open 102 with a total of 222, Rico Labuskakni. And then that's a bronze medal. And in second place, with a total of 242, Simon Curtis. And in first place, with a total of 270, LJ Basson. Well done, athletes. In our Open 109 category, receiving a certificate of participation, Grant Liam MacDonald. His total was 209. In third place in the Open 109, with a total of 219, we have Dwayne Ewas getting the bronze medal. In second place in our Open 109, with a total of 223, Rustam Hatia. And in first place, with a total of 260, Johannes Brutter. In our open over 109 category, in second place with a total of 235, Cameron Nelson. Second place, no. And in first place with a total of 296, Nathan Morris. Thank you, athletes. And now to our SA Masters placing. In our Masters 65, 102 category, gold medal with a total of 135 goes to Martin McPhail. In our Masters 40, 102 category with a total of 210, the gold medal goes to Rian now. In our Masters 40, 109 category with a total of 223, we have Rustam Hatia.
Oh no, I stuffed it up. It's in the wrong order.
And in our Masters 35, 109 category with a total of 219, Dwayne Airworth. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The order was a little bit all over the place, and I do apologize. It's been a long weekend. Thank you. Well done to our athletes. And you can make your way. We will have our best overall presentations coming up, but I'll ask our athletes to step off stage as we do that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all your support this entire weekend. Thank you especially to our loaders, our volunteers, our judges. We will start with our best youth female lifter for the competition was Anel Jurgens with a Sinclair total of 182.009. Is Anel here? Anyone from Anel's gym? We will make sure she gets her trophy. Our best youth male lifter for the competition with a Sinclair of 245.084 was Kamogelo Lebona, who will also find his trophy and will make sure it makes its way to him. Moving on to our junior category, our best junior female lifter with a Sinclair total of 182.9 was Adrienne Nontombane. Our best junior male lifter with a Sinclair of 306.904 was Tapelo Malachi, who we will ensure receives his trophies in absentia. But round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He had some impressive lifts yesterday and is not even 20. Moving on to our best seniors. Our best senior female lifter with a Sinclair of 246.683, the queen herself from surgery, breaking a cleaner jerk record, Lauren Jeffries.
Yeah.
Go stand on the podium for a photo.
Well done, Lauren. Give it up for Lauren, ladies and gentlemen.
Go, Lauren! Going live.
Our best senior male lifter with a Sinclair of 377.911 was William Swart. Is William here? Well, in absentia, his coach Carol will receive it on his behalf. And now, as the main competition was SA Masters, we have come to our best overall Masters lifters. Our best overall Masters female lifter with the Sinclair Masters total of 247.287, Chantal Berger. Finally, she says as she leaves the... And lastly, our best Masters male lifter with the Masters Sinclair of 372.185, Andre Gadney. Well done to all our lifters. Well done to everyone who volunteered. Thank you so much for your support and all your help. Thank you for your patience and bearing with us in this combined competition, and as usual, for bearing with my voice.
As a guys, you can hear why I didn't talk and I wasn't an announcer. I just want to say thank you very much for you guys coming for the competition. Thank you for all the help and assistance. Thank you, Joseph, for spending the weekend with us and doing all the presenting. Appreciate it, guys. If you are still got a little bit of energy left, all the chairs on stacks of 10, boxes back to the box. Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.